would like to call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, January 18th, 2022, and this is a notice of a special session and executive session for the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors for Coconino County Jail District. And we are going to start our meeting. I call this meeting to order, and the first order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. So we can all stand to the east. If you don't have a flag, or if we have a flag, you can stand to the flag, okay? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America,
to
the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you all for joining us with our Pledge Allegiance. And I'd like to now give an opportunity for the board members that are present here today. We have a quorum. Supervisor Ryan, we're told, will be joining us a little later. Supervisor Judy Begay will not be able to join us today. So Patrice, if you could just say, well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see everybody that's here. Just wishing everybody a good afternoon. It looks like we could get some snow, and also just stay healthy and safe out there. It's been quite a week, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Glad to see everyone. Again, I just want to reiterate what my colleague said is we need to be safe out there. Please be sure you're safe, use your mask, use your distancing, your social distancing, and please, if you haven't gotten vaccinated yet or your boosters, please do so. It can be the difference between getting really sick and just having a slight cold. So we really hope that everyone continues to be safe, and look forward to a good meeting this afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And like to invite all the staff to that are here. Thank you so much for joining us. And there's probably some public members that are here. Trey, hello. And we will move on to our agenda. I'd like to just have everyone thank everyone for joining us. And I'd like to turn to our attorney and to see if it is if she advises that we go into executive session.
Yes, Vice Chair Fowler, this is Rose Winkler, and I do recommend that the board enter an executive session for this next item.
Thank you. Supervisor Horson?
Yes, and based on the advice of legal counsel, at this time, I move that we go into executive session.
I have a motion and a second, and we go into executive session. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And when we do go into executive session, we have to shut off our Zoom meetings, and then we go into our Teams meeting for executive session. After executive session, we will continue our board meeting, and we may have to delay some of the items until 3:30, but we shall see. We will let you all keep you informed, but for now we're going into executive session. So if board members could just turn off their Zoom and then join us at Teams. So thank you.
questionable.
Okay, we are returning from executive session. Let's see who's all here. I'm gonna look to Lindsay. We have
We are still waiting for Supervisor Vasquez to join.
okay. Okay, so while we are waiting, we already called the meeting to order. We did our pledge of allegiance. We were in executive session. Now we're on these items where we may have to delay our discussion because we like some of these items, we'd like to have the full board to be present. So we are going to have that discussion when we all come back. So that's where we're at right now. Our board chair is busy in another meeting and should be joining us at some point.
And I think Supervisor Begay, as I understand it, is not planning to join us today. Is that correct,
That is
County
correct.
Manager?
Okay.
That is correct. She is not available today due to another issue that arose over the weekend.
Okay.
Um,
So there'll be 4 of us if the chair joins us.
let's see.
And Lindsay, are you, if he's contact Supervisor Vasquez to see where he's at?
I know he was having some trouble early on. It appeared when we were in executive session, so he may still have trouble on his computer. I did see that we have a new drive-up COVID testing site at the Elks Club, which is nice. No reservation necessary, but you can reserve if you need to, and of course, it's no cost. There was no line this morning, so hopefully that remains the case.
Yeah, people are wondering where to get COVID
Right.
tests, and also they're searching where to get their booster shots.
Monday through Friday. They're at the Drive Up Clinic. It's drive up, and it's from 8 to 5:30. So that's nice. Just it's right across the street from my house, so it's real nice for me. But I think it's really convenient for many of the folks in District 1. So at least the ones within the city.
Excuse me, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay.
Supervisor Vasquez is being pulled over to, he's an attendee. So Lindsay, if you can pull him over to panel. There he is.
He is on now. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, welcome back. You made it back. Okay, here we go. So we are now, we have adjourned from executive session, and we're on the agenda, discussion and possible action. Number 2, discussion and possible action on appointment of supervisors and or staff to select local boards and commissions. So that's where we're at. And Steve, I'm going to turn to you. Do we want to we would like to have full staff, or we're going to, so it looks like Trey will be able to go over this item and maybe not make decisions at this point, but just we can have a discussion about it. Go ahead, Trey. Thank you. Or is it county manager?
That's fine, Madam Vice Chair. We can go ahead. We can proceed with just a discussion of the boards and commission seats that would be available. As you indicated, it would be good when we do have Chair Ryan and Supervisor Begay in attendance to firm it up, but at least today the members of the board could hear the seats are available. But again, that's the call of the board in terms of how they would like to proceed, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, good, thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
Thanks, Chair Fowler. If in fact we're going to go over it now and go over it later, I would prefer not to go over it now. It doesn't seem to make sense that we're going over it twice. So if in fact we do have everything before us on our packet, which I really appreciate, our staff is just great and on top of it. But if I don't see any reason to discuss it now and then discuss it later. So if this is not going to be something that we can take action on at this point, and we want further discussion, then I would say that let's wait for the full board, or let's take action we right now have a quorum. We can take action and maybe just to continue the appointments for another year. And if that's the case, we could take action now. But if there should be discussion on these, then I think we should wait for the full board.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez, what is your position on this one? We do have an option. We usually, the full board has a conversation about these positions, and that way we all are aware what position or what the commission, the boards, all the vacancies, and that way we'd be able to schedule appointments.
I agree with Supervisor Horstman. If we're going to have to do this again with the other supervisors, we might want to wait and table it until we're all together. So we only have to cover it once, and the staff only has to cover it with us once.
Okay. So it looks like we're going to table this item.
Motion to table item number 2 until we have the full board with us.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we have tabled item number 2. Now we move on to item number 3, and it is Trey again. It's a presentation and discussion, Public Works, presentation and discussion and possible direction regarding recommended road district policy changes.
And Madam Chair, let me comment on this item if I could, please. So this item, as indicated, and you have the material in your packet, relates to road districts that the county does have jurisdiction over. However, the presenter is with Chair Ryan at the same event, and Phoenix is not able to be here. At the same time, some of the road district questions that we have that we'll be talking about would pertain to some district opportunities in District 3. And so basically the same recommendation is that we table this item to a later date, if the board would consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve and Supervisor Horstman.
At this point, and with the recommendation of our county manager, I would move that we table item number 3 until we can get our presenter and at least most of our board, if not all of our board, back together again.
I'll second that.
Or we can take all those District 3 projects and put them into District 5. We have a motion and a second to table item number 3. And with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, so now that we have tabled that item, now we move on and we have to resolve as a jail district board of directors. Supervisor Horstman.
Madam Chair, I would move at this time that we resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to resolve as a jail district board of directors, and all those say, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now we have a discussion item, which is a presentation and discussion regarding the extension of the jail district sales tax.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, this item, again, was originally scheduled with the assumption we would have full board here. Chair Ryan is on his way. He will not be at a location at his destination to be able to connect with us until 3:30. The same for our presenter, and I believe that was the time that we indicated to the sheriff to join us at, assuming we're going to have the normal agenda. So staff recommendation, Madam Chair, is that we recess the meeting for the board until 3:30, at which time Chair Ryan will be here. Also, our presenter, Lucinda Andriani, will be presenting this item. But again, our staff recommendation is that we recess until 3:30 this afternoon so that we can resume at that time.
Okay, Supervisor Horstman.
At this time, I would, based on the recommendation of our county manager, move that we recess for items 4 and 5 until 3:30 this afternoon.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recess until 3:30, so we can take up item 4 and 5 at that time. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So now we will recess until 3:30. It'll be the same Zoom link, and we'll have the same agenda set. We'll have our board chair here and our presenters here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam
Right.
Chair. We'll see you at 3:30.
Recess until 3:30 now.
Lucinda, do you want to check your mic?
Thanks, Lindsay. How's that sound?
I can hear you and I can see you, so you're good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Afternoon, Sheriff. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
I don't see our chair with us, though.
No, it looks like we're still waiting for Chair Matt Ryan and Vice Chair Lena Fowler. Oh, there's Lena.
Hello, Sheriff.
Lena, how are you today?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good.
Madam Vice Chair.
Yes, Steve.
Chair Ryan is on his way, but he did ask for you to kick off the meeting, and he'll be joining into the meeting shortly. So, but he did say, ask you to go ahead and convene the meeting and start, and he will join us momentarily.
Okay. Well, we have our meeting that is, we're on our agenda. We started the meeting this morning. And okay. So Steve, do we have all the presenters here?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, we do have Sheriff Jim Driscoll is with us, also Lucinda Andriani.
Okay.
We have PowerPoint presentation. The sheriff will begin the presentation. There is a PowerPoint that will be also projecting or sharing as the sheriff walks through it.
Okay, well, for the audience and everyone joining us, thanks so much for joining us. This afternoon, we had to take a recess just to recap what we have gone through. We conducted our executive session. Number 2, 3 has been tabled until another time when all the board members will be present. And we are now on item 4, and we have gone in resolve as the jail district board of directors. So we sit as the board of directors here. And now we are at number 4 with the presentation and discussion regarding the extension of the jail district sales tax. And we have our Sheriff Driscoll, who will be providing that presentation. And I understand that Lucinda may be also providing a presentation. So with that, Steve.
Okay. And Vice Chair, we can turn it over to Sheriff Driscoll at this time.
Okay, Sheriff, if you would do the presentation now. Thank you.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and as well as staff, thank you for this opportunity to talk about our jail and this need that we are experiencing to extend the jail tax. Again, I think the purpose of today is to educate and inform about the jail tax that's set to expire in 2026. And it's our intent is to bring this question to you for consideration of a placement as a ballot measure in the November election. So I'd like to begin. I hope, Corey, you have the PowerPoint teed up right now, if you could get to that first slide. But we'd like to talk a little bit about the background of the jail district. And I think especially for the 3 newer board members, there's a great deal of history with our jail district, how we got to where we are, and some of the, I think, successes that we've had, and some of the changes that we've made over these last 25 years with the jail district. So Corey, if you're able to put this on screen. At least I hope you are.
Yep, he's working on it.
Okay.
So I just want to also add that we do not, Supervisor Judy Begay will not be joining us today, and our board chair, Matt Ryan, will be joining us shortly. And here's our presentation. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you again. Okay, Corey, can we move to the next slide? Okay, thanks, Corey. Well, talking about the history of the jail district and its overall formation, this is not something recent. I mean, this actually started well before that, but we've had a number of events, as I mentioned, over the years, where we had in 2006 a ballot measure that had to increase the jail tax by 0.2 cents. And we also initiated a program, the Exodus program. I'm going to talk a lot more about that later on. And then get into the current jail district financial status and the programs that we currently provide. But I think too, to talk about the overall future of our jail district, where do we need to be? What do we need? What are things going to look at? How are they going to look 20 or 25 years from now? We've been in this facility now for 22 years. And it's kind of hard to imagine what things are going to be 22 years from now. But part of our job, I think, is to start planning for that, start anticipating those kinds of issues and what are going to be the needs that our community is going to have of a jail 20 or so years from now. Next slide, Corey. The jail in the 1990s was much different. And I guess I'm letting my age kind of dictate what I'll talk about for a few minutes, but I was here back in the 70s when we had the 1970s, when we had the fire in the jail, in the old jail in 1977. And we saw so many issues develop out of that. We saw a lawsuit, the Davis versus Richards federal lawsuit, that required us to do a lot of things, to change how we did business, to limit the inmates that we have in our facility. We saw the population of our jail, along with other jails around the country, start to increase as crime increased. So did the amount of people who were placed in jail. So we had the lawsuit, which essentially capped our old jail at 165 inmates, and we needed to, the federal judge ordered us to put inmates around various jails in the state and not exceed the 165 inmate cap with our jail. And in the meantime, we spent millions of dollars transporting people to other jails to hold for us, and we had to pay them as well. But it was really a roller coaster back in those years, trying to get people in and out of court, to and from different other county jails, and not exceed our cap or capacity of 165 inmates. And I can tell you, it was a very, very difficult time for our entire department in the county, spending that kind of money, because again, we were not a jail district at the time. So this was being funded through general fund. So in 1996, a citizens task force was formed by the Board of Supervisors to review these various jail issues and to make recommendations on how to deal with the problems and the overpopulation that we were seeing for our jail. And they were asked to make specific recommendations. And this was a citizens board that was appointed by our Board of Supervisors to really examine the entire issue and problem associated with our jail. And the Citizen Task Force made a series of recommendations, which at the time were very fortunate for us. They recommended construction of a new jail. They recommended a formation of a jail district funded by a 0.5-cent sales tax, excise tax, and which was the most allowable under the statute. And in doing this, this had to go to a vote of the citizens. And so it was placed on the ballot that year. It also included a 15-year life or term of life for the jail district at the time. And the citizens, this was put to a vote in 1996. Next one, Corey. No, I think you already have it. Never mind. The Proposition 400, it was passed by very, very few votes. I recall that evening that had it not passed, we'd have been in, I think, financial straits for a long, long time with the rest of the county. The one change that the board did make to the recommendations by the Citizens Advisory Group was that the county pursue 0.3 cents sales tax as opposed to a full 0.5 cent. And again, it passed by less than 1%. And again, it was for 15 years. The county would still continue to provide some level of funding according to the jail district statutes and state law. And so the what's called maintenance of effort was established, where there would be some general fund support for the jail district throughout its life. Next slide, Corey. So some of the investments that we have made over these years, the new jail, 350 bed, was completed in August of 2000, and we moved in. We also, at that time, had the need to develop a satellite jail up in the Page area. And this began construction 2 years earlier and was completed in April of 2001. And it was a 48-bed short-term holding facility, a 3-day, 72-hour holding facility. And then in September 2001, the financial condition was favorable, and we were able to add an additional pod or unit C, pod C, of 140 beds. The timing was right. The population, we felt, was creeping up, and so this was to help address that early on before we became overcrowded again. And then the last thing is the most recent large investment that we have made was in Page. And we expanded the Page facility, and I know a number of you have seen that we just completed back in October of 2021, and it essentially gave us more breathing room up in the jail in Page. Next slide, Corey. So our new facility, again, 22 years old now, but some of the newer services that we've been able to establish include adult education, special ed, life skills, literacy, religious and spiritual services, and juvenile education, because we occasionally do have a juvenile who's been remanded to adult court in our facility, and there are limitations with what we are able to do with those inmates. Next slide, Corey. As far as sustainability of our operations, the downturn in our economy in those 2000s really created a lot of problems, and our jail population continued to increase. We saw a number of things occur that with I think a lot of crimes, a lot of drug-related crimes, that really contributed to that increase of population. We were also seeing some of the financial impacts of the 0.3 cent versus the full 0.5 cent. We began assessing the need, because of so many drug crimes, assessing the need for an in-custody drug and alcohol treatment program. And substance abuse was again, one of the more prevalent crimes that we were seeing our inmates in the jail. We had a study done, and 76% of the individuals in our jail indicated that they had issues or abused drugs or alcohol. Pretty significant number, pretty indicative that drugs or alcohol contributed to so much of the crime that people had been incarcerated for. We also began looking at the idea of recidivism, trying to reduce the number of people coming back, being rearrested for crimes and being brought back into our facility, and how we could try to address that issue internally with some programming. Next slide, Corey. That panel that was established, first we reestablished another panel in early 2006, a blue ribbon panel, and these citizens again were appointed by the board to make recommendations on how to deal with these newer issues that we were experiencing. And the panel recommended that the board put out an additional ballot measure to increase the jail tax by 0.2 of a cent, to extend the term, which was due to expire in 2012, to extend the term to 2026. And again, we made a commitment, if we were able to do this, that we would establish an in-custody substance abuse program. And it seemed to be very, very taken very, very well. Next slide, Corey, because it passed very, very well. It passed by 60%. So we were very fortunate to have, I think, the community support, excuse me. But I think the buy-in that we saw from the community when we made the commitment to establish the drug and alcohol treatment really, really paid off with our voters. I think they saw the same issues. I hope it's not COVID. They saw the same issues that we were with drugs and the amount of people being put into jail, and trying to figure out some ways to help manage that. So we were able to establish that program in 2007. And I think and I'll talk a little bit more about Exodus in just a minute. Next slide, Corey. So our Exodus program, and I will tell you, this is our flagship program in the jail. It's designed to reduce the impact of substance abuse. It is focused on enhancing inmates' ability for them to make changes in their life. They don't just sit there and listen to people talk. They participate actively in realizing the things that they need to do to change their own lives or to turn things around. But the focus again was to reduce recidivism, and in some cases reduce our jail crowding or overcrowding that we were starting to see, and to provide educational services to the inmates that help them maintain, not just be clean while you're here or clean while you're on probation, but to actually change your entire life around. And again, I think we are extremely proud of our Exodus program and its success over these years. And it would be, with a continuation of the jail tax, we would certainly, Exodus again would be part of that success and part of the future of the jail district. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, one of the focus elements of Exodus was to reduce recidivism. And I think you can see from the chart that we have been very, very successful with that, with the 991 participants since the program began. And then when we expanded into women and probation, the 33% recidivism, 15, much more successful than national statistics show. Many of these programs, the success rate or the recidivism rate is above 60%. So we feel very fortunate that our program has shown this kind of success. Next slide, Corey. Some of the other inmate programs that we have in the jail, including providing job skills. We've had educational programs that deal with job skills. We've offered food handlers training and handlers cards so people can get jobs in the food industry when they leave our custody. We had a tool belt project that for a while that provided tool belts for construction workers to get out of jail and to go out and try to find a job with that. We currently have a sweat lodge and a hogan that are part of our programs to provide religious and cultural service for our Native American communities, as well as for others that may want to partake in these services as well. We have an extensive array of religious programs from various religions that we offer, Native American cultural programs in addition, what's called Fresh Start, which was a program in conjunction with Goodwill Industries and a partnership to provide job services. And then lastly, a program called Thinking for a Change, helping a person understand what they needed to do in order to be successful in their life. Our hope is that we are able to maintain these programs with the passage of or extension of the jail tax. Next slide, Corey. So the jail district today, enhanced programming is creating a positive change. We know that Exodus works. The people I have had the opportunity to meet, and I do get up on the Navajo Nation as well as other communities around the county a lot, and had the opportunity to have people listen or come up and talk to me and say Exodus changed their life. Just a second, excuse me. And when I was on the campaign trail or whether I was in community meetings, somebody would always come up and talk about Exodus changing their life. And what a great sense of feeling and success that is, to know that you made a difference in somebody's life. And I think it's important that we maintain that program and the others that we currently have if we're able to have the jail tax renewed. But with that, there's obstacles that we all face. COVID-19 has essentially suspended each of those programs until we are able to get beyond COVID and get on the downside of COVID. We're seeing with COVID and even before that the mental health of people is suffering right now. A great many people are experiencing mental health issues that are in our jail. And we're seeing that percentage increase over time. And whatever we can do from that aspect of mental health, whatever we can do to provide support, we should be trying to do. The last challenge is our staffing right now. We're struggling with our staffing. This great resignation, I think, that we heard a lot of people talk about, it's affecting us as well. We currently have 48 openings in our jail staff right now. And it's hard to hire. It's hard to retain people. We seem to be losing people to other positions or to other agencies. And that is affecting us pretty severely. Hope I can get through this without needing another one of these. Okay, Corey, next slide. It is water, so I hope you know. Future of the jail district. We will continue to provide these programs. We will also be upgrading some of our security needs. There's some remodels that are needed. There are structural changes within our facility that we need to renovate. There are things that we need to do for staff. There's training areas. There's a video court kinds of upgrades that we need to provide that will help not just our agency, but other agencies in the criminal justice system deal effectively with their clients and deal more effectively with the people that they serve. These upgrades, in a 22-year-old facility are bound to need to be done. So, so we'll see how we're able to hopefully manage those. But also the need to potentially expand in the future is certainly there. Our population is down right now with COVID, but we know after COVID it will increase. Next slide, Corey. Okay, the tax renewal. Some concerning information is here with us that if the jail district renewal, the jail district tax does not pass, the burden is going to be on arresting agencies or municipalities to fund the jail. And as you can see, about 47% of that funding would need to come through the city of Flagstaff. About 12% Page and a very slight amount in other areas. So we would hate to all of a sudden need to rely on general fund for a lot of the additional support. Thank you. Now some other water. But it may result in higher rates. It may, if we lose our programs because the inability to fund, we may see an increase in recidivism. We may see the impact to the cities and towns, financial impacts, because they would end up having to pay for much of the services provided through the jail. We would hate to lose opportunities, future opportunities for diversion programs or other things that would affect, again, that recidivism rate. So this may generate a number of questions, but it is a concern. It would not just impact the county, it would impact the cities pretty severely on the costs that we would have to manage funding the jail. Next slide, Corey. At this point, I would like to have Lucinda step in and talk about the process, give me a chance to drink a little bit of water and have a cough drop, and explain the process that would be involved in placing this on the ballot. I'll also be available for questions whenever you would like. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. I just want to recognize our board chair, Matt Ryan, is with us, so I'm going to turn this meeting over to him. Hello, Matt.
Oh, hey.
Back.
Hey, Lena, can you guys hear me? Just make sure it's working.
We can hear you, and just so you know, Chair Ryan, Supervisor Judy Begay will not be joining us today. So thank you.
Okay. All right. And just pause for a second. I think we're going through the presentation first before we go to questions. Just checking it. Looks like Jim needs a break anyway, just to sip on some water there. Doesn't it always happen? You're all ready to present and suddenly something gets in your throat. It's like, oh my gosh. But thank you, Sheriff. Really appreciate it. And I did hop on just as you began your presentation. Let's see. So we're going to Lucinda. Lucinda?
Great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Sheriff, for that excellent overview and introduction. And in terms of this process, there are many steps, many of which, of course, are outlined in state statute in terms of the board's consideration and ultimate decision as to whether or not to place a ballot measure onto the ballot. So there'll be many steps over this process. And if you elect to do that prior to the deadline, which is generally in early June, then there is a process, involved in educating voters regarding that ballot initiative. And I think most of you are familiar with other initiatives that have been on the ballot by the county or other jurisdictions. And so it follows that kind of similar process with, again, this ballot measure does need to be on the ballot in November. That's a requirement now. In terms of where we are, we're at the beginning of the process. And as we move forward, it's really this next, I'll say 3 to 4 months, 5 months is really focused on providing the information that you need as the Board of Supervisors to ultimately make this decision. And we're targeting a decision on placing the extension on the ballot for late April or early May. And to support you with that decision, we'll be conducting a set of board work sessions that'll provide a lot more detail regarding the jail's operations, programming, and potential future investments. And so you'll get a lot of in-depth information. As was shared before, historically, we have established a citizens committee that will make recommendations to the county manager regarding the potential jail district sales tax extension. And so they will get a similar set of presentations reviewing the financial status of the jail district and programming and what's proposed in terms of uses and investments with those funds in the future. And then they will make a recommendation as to whether or not to place that on the ballot and place the extension on the ballot, as well as relative to the term. How long should that extension be for? And as the sheriff indicated, the last extension was for 20 years, and we're approaching that deadline in 2026. So, and then in addition to that, we'll be working with Fred Solip. Many of you know that Fred has worked with most of the jurisdictions. He's a professor at NAU, has tremendous amount of experience and background in conducting surveys with likely voters to look at the voter sentiment and get input from likely voters as to the ballot extension. And we'll be working with him over the next month or so to prepare questions for that survey that will be conducted again with likely voters. And that will also be another input along with the Citizens Committee. So you'll be seeing activity and all these areas as we move forward with this process, again, really to provide the kind of information that you'll need to make that ultimate decision. So with that, I think that concludes the presentation, and we're certainly happy to answer any questions. Thank you. And certainly I'll turn it back over to the sheriff. He'd probably like to make some closing comments. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Lucinda. Appreciate it. And you have no idea how much I appreciate you. I was involved in the renewal process back in 2006, and your efforts and I think you choreographed that process so well and very successful. And I think that was evidenced by such a passage of such a high number. So you're the right person for that job, and let's hope that the board sees the need to place this on the ballot, and we move ahead and pass the extension of the jail tax for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this is our opportunity for questions, comments, etc., related to the discussion that we have here. Probably just to, I'll throw a couple of things in there. I was here in '96 when it was first created. That's the first time I ran for election, and it was a close election. And there was doubt. We hadn't done it before. Fortunately, it was approved. And actually, through the success of the operation, when it was brought back and the need, it couldn't continue on at that 1/3 Senate. And we needed to bring that back to the community. One element was initially, let's propose a sunset. It's good to get a report back, but the other piece of it is providing the opportunity for validation. And I think we saw that with the result of the second election. But an important piece of that is these citizens committees, first and foremost, are instrumental in helping vet it with the community, but ask questions that we might not. When they see finances, recommendations, potential programs, they've offered very constructive recommendations. As noted by the sheriff, the Exodus program was, a huge success. It continues to be. And are there other opportunities associated with it? So these are, there's a need, financial capability. If you take a look at why we actually have this particular district, the general fund can't carry that and all the other operations that we need to do as well. And so, as we go through the process, one piece, and I need a validation. In a way, I know the answer, and yet by the same token, Sheriff and Lucinda, you guys will be bringing financials to show us the operations, how it's working, why it's important that we would have a recommendation to the voters to continue as we're asking for. But that's a piece. Just could you just speak to that just for a moment?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman. We have a lot of information, and as you mentioned, there'll be a lot more detail as these future work sessions occur. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more in-depth questions, and we're certainly glad to answer those. And not to sugarcoat things, there's been struggles as well, but we've been able to overcome most of these challenges. I think we run a very good jail, a very good operation, but there's external influences many times that impact what we do. I mean, COVID has really just put us into a holding pattern for the last 18 months, and we'll get through this. We know we will. We're currently in a lockdown of all of the entire jail because of COVID, and with a significant number of positive people. But we're going to get through this, and I think we're going to be fine. But we'll be glad to provide all that information, both financial as well as operational, in the future.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and just one more, and I'll hop over to the board members on it. Part of it's just a discussion of this is just the first piece of, as noted, we'll have different work sessions that'll help us get more detailed summary of what's going on, as well as the recommendations. And part of it is to lead up to a decision by the board of whether to proceed with the recommendation to go out to the voters to see if they would support that. The timing associated with that, we have specific dates that a lot of them could be outlined, but we have a final date that we need to, prior to that, we need to make a decision on the recommendations. Do you have that date right now, or are you going to bring that date back to us?
We'll bring the date back to you specifically. The last conversation that I had with the elections director, Esler Musta, is that they were kind of finalizing that calendar. But historically, it's been, early to mid-June has been the deadline for measures to be placed on the ballot. So we're, our goal is to accomplish that a little bit earlier so that we have adequate time to then prepare the voter pamphlet. That's kind of the next major step. And that usually has to be submitted into the elections office by early to mid-August for printing and preparation to go out to voters as part of that educational effort. So along with others, typically we'll start a really very robust communication effort with the communities across the county, including the tribal nations in like late August, early September. Most people in our area are off happy doing summer during the summer period and are then ready after kids go back into school, are ready to turn their attention to, local issues like this and with what the ballot measures, may present. So we'll be prepared to have those communications and those efforts, much like we did in 2006 and then again in 2014 with Prop 403. So,
but June, early June is what we're leading up to at this point. Okay, let me go.
I'm really targeting earlier than that. I think the goal is early May. So
okay, that gives a general idea from the board, for the sake of the board, of how the timing associated with the work sessions as well as the citizens committee, if we is being recommended. So let me go ahead and roll through the board. Go through just the numeric process. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes.
We're acting in the capacity of the jail district, I would assume. Okay. Director.
Yes, and thanks, Chair Ryan, and welcome back. So I hope it went well down in Phoenix. So, a couple of things. First of all, thank you, Sheriff Driscoll, and also Deputy County Manager Andriani. I think that I know you aren't asking for action, but you're giving us a broad overview right now. And I look forward to getting more into the weeds, if you will, on the programs and as we move forward. But just a general comment, it is so important that we go forward with this jail tax renewal. We have been able to, for all the reasons and the history that Sheriff Driscoll has already gone through with us, and many of us who have lived in this community for a long time have seen in the changes to the jail and the services and programs provided through the jail are so important for our inmate population. We can't go backwards. We need to go forward. And, we as Board of Supervisors have made a tremendous commitment for mental and behavioral health. And we've let that be known when we took action with regards to how we're spending our ARPA funds. Much of that, not all of it certainly, but a great part of that is also to help the inmate population and to assist with addictions, both alcohol and drug addiction that we're talking about and that the Exodus program has been working to address. So we must go forward and not backward. We owe that to our community. We owe that to the inmates. We owe that for going forward for all of us. And so I'm looking forward to getting more into the weeds on the programming and suggestions. And I would highly support the county moving forward with all due speed. And I'll leave that in Lucinda Andriani's capable hands as to when and how we move forward. But we do need to move forward. And I'm going to be a very strong advocate for the jail tax renewal. So thank you. And thank you for bringing this to our attention now. And I look forward to further discussions.
All right, thank you, Director Horstman. Director Vasquez, Radaman.
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation, Sheriff. It was very informative. Really appreciate all the work that's gone into to present this jail tax to us. And I agree, we definitely need to proceed forward. Recently, I had the opportunity to do a tour of the jail and see some of the in-house programs, and I couldn't imagine losing those programs for our community. Those graphics that you just showed us about recidivism rates, how they've dropped because of these programs, we would lose some of that progress and go backwards if we did not continue with this jail tax. The piece that really surprised me and really made me really think about why this is so important is the fact that the cost of the jail services would be redistributed to municipalities, and especially for Flagstaff, $20 million, 47% of that's close to $10 million that would be out of the Flagstaff budget. And then the rest that wasn't covered by municipalities would be covered by our general fund, which would take away from other programs that are so desperately needed by our community. So I agree, we need to move forward, and I trust the team in putting together the package that will help us get this passed in the next ballot.
All right, thank you, Director Vasquez. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena. She takes her mute is a delayed process there. Vice Chair Fowler, Lena. Hello, no, that's somebody else. Just piece of note. I think as expressed by Director Horstman and Vasquez, the programming was a real important step in the last jail district talks. And, it shows that we care as a community, very important aspect, and anticipate continued exploration of our opportunities. What programming do we have? What other opportunities do we have available associated with that? Very important. We have to wait for our decision, but it's a logical step to, it's working quite well. What other areas are, let's get an update and see how well it's functioning. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I see Vice Chair on the attendee side. I wonder if her phone is connected to the attendee side rather than the panelist side. If you can move that over.
She, because she's joined by phone, we have allowed her to talk. She just needs to hit unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Lena, you got to hit unmute out there. Do we have any questions from other directors while we're waiting for any? Yeah, go ahead.
I can make a couple comments. Back in 1996, when the board took the action to put the item on the agenda, as the sheriff indicated, there were a lot of discussions, numerous discussions over the course of several years that took place leading up to the decision. At that time, the then county manager, Jim Keene, had made a decision to leave the county, and so at that time, I was able to fulfill the role of county manager then. And it's a process. It's a process that took a lot of community dialogue, a lot of information. But for me, and I think for others that participated in that first election, the key to it was to provide as much information that we did know as quickly as possible. At that time, the siting for the jail was a pretty important fundamental decision to be made. And that, of course, that entailed numerous public hearings and community conversations. And so my point is, when we build on the issue and we create the case for, because we need to create the case for, we build on accomplishments from the last decade plus. And that's an important piece of this. Detention facilities in all communities are finite resources. They're very finite in terms of the capacity, but they also provide a very important role in the reentry for individuals into the community. And so that's an important part. Is I think we're looking at an evolving philosophy behind detention, and I'm not the expert on that. The sheriff and his team are, and that's important though when we look at what are the role of detention facilities now versus 10, 20, 30 years ago. And it's an important role in our community. And so certainly from the standpoint of the financial impact, not only to municipalities that utilize detention, but also to the county. The creation of the district played an important role in the county's financial stability. And while it's not always about the money, in many cases, in this case in particular, it is about how you budget the money and how you allocate those funds for the good of the public in terms of public service, rehabilitation, reentry. Detention facilities play an important role. And so we will, as Sheriff indicated, in addition to Lucinda Andriani, we'll also assign Corey Ringenberger to be part of the team that will be providing all the staff support here. It's a process. We'll be coming to you, but I think one important thing that we would want to hear from you, and not at this point in time, but ask us what would let us know what you need in terms of information, data, reasons why, which you need to know. And for board members who were not here when the district was created, there's additional information, history that you'll need to have, tours, and also when we get to the input of the community through sheriff's appointed, myself and the sheriff will appoint individuals to serve in a committee role, as an advisory role, to also be the ears and eyes for those community members that look at the broader perspective. So again, a lot of information. This is the first step in what will be a lot of conversations, a lot of input, leading up to, as Lucinda indicated, the call for elections that's slated for April, May timeframe, but sooner the better, so that we can provide additional information on the education and awareness campaign that culminates in a November election. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Let me check one more time. I'm trying by text to see if I could get a hold of Vice Chair Fowler. Lena, I'm trying to find the meeting also. You out there? Unfortunately, technology sometimes does this to us. Lindsay, did you have any chance to get a hold of her? Okay, we're not hearing from her now, but this is an update. We're going to have plenty of an opportunity to have further discussions as we work towards this, but we're going to be probably moving pretty quick on starting to, process, how are we putting the committee together? When are we having work sessions? When are we scheduled for our next one? Do we have a date yet? Or were we working on that right now?
We've got a tentative calendar.
Right.
So soon.
Not the 25th, but in February, we'll come back.
Okay. So
sometime back in next one will be in February. Is that what I'm gathering?
Towards the end of February.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and we still have a quorum present, which is really good, and have plenty of opportunity to make sure everybody gets the right information on the board in particular. Sheriff, thank you very much. Look forward to working together with you. Lucinda led you on this together with the sheriff. And actually, as noted before, opportunities for programming. We got to make sure we fit in the budget, but what's the next step? And the other piece is education of our citizens out there. Really important process for validation for what we're doing, how it's working well, and we have an opportunity to present that. So that's good. I'll go ahead at this point and move us on to item number 5. It's a presentation and discussion regarding the new proposed program, Pathways to the Community, for the Coordinated Reentry Planning Services. And so I'll turn to the sheriff again. Sheriff Jim Driscoll. Jim.
Well, Mr. Chair and members of the board, thank you again. You know, I in the last presentation, I kind of blew the horn on Exodus, and as we look at this Pathways to Community, this potentially will become another program equal to the success we've had with Exodus. This serves our inmate community. Corey, are you teed up for this PowerPoint? Hopefully we'll have that here in just a second. There we go. Thanks. Corey, if you can move to the next slide. Okay. Again, we are very excited about Pathways, and it is a program that it's a collaborative, much more than Exodus has been. But this allows the three partners there, criminal justice, behavioral health, and community service providers, to form this group that addresses these needs of inmates who are getting out of jail. This, what we've been referred to many times, is a warm handoff. I can tell you that looking at what we've seen over the years is many times people will leave jail. They're released through time served, or they're released on their own recognizance, but they immediately leave the jail and without any kind of services, without any ability to reconnect. And they go right back into the community, right back in to the very environments that got them in trouble to begin with, to the same friends, to the same household, to the same community. And Pathways is our way of getting them directly and immediately connected to services. Next slide, Corey. This is the team of those service providers that we would have part of this process that these inmates would see when they're released. And again, Pathways is a reentry program. It is only for inmates who are leaving jail for whatever reason. Again, as I mentioned earlier, but to see the services, the entities there, and there's a few others that we haven't mentioned. Veteran services are certainly a potential member of this group. And probably some other mental health services could be included in this group. But giving these inmates leaving our facility the opportunity to directly hook up and connect with these various service providers there. Next slide, Corey. The definition of the program, it's coordinated reentry planning. And again, it's coming to us from the Joint Legislative Budget Committee, who reached out to me last September and said, would you be willing to be one of the counties eligible to receive funding to establish a program like this? And of course, we jumped at it and developed a proposal. You know, having a jail tax certainly provides the ability to help do this, but and provides funding in its own way. But this is some outside funding that would also help us provide services to these inmates once they leave our facility. Next slide, Corey. Again, the collaborative effort in involving these individuals that have struggled. And I talked earlier in the earlier presentation about the jail and substance abuse and mental health. So many of these people are struggling. So many of the people who are getting out of the jail end up, because they have no means, they have no adequate health care, they have no mental health care, they have no means of transportation to get home, wherever home is. They have no resources, whether they be financial, whether they be family, whether they even be community. Many don't have insurance or don't have access to their insurance. But one of the bigger areas we look at too is housing. There's nowhere to go. They're on the street, or they're couch surfing or whatever they're doing just to get by. And we found through our studies, through studies with NAU, that if we're able to provide services, if we're able to get them connected to services, especially health, that we're able to reduce recidivism. And that's the goal of Pathways, ultimately, is to reduce recidivism. Next slide, Corey. The goals, I mean, you can see the risk factors there. And NAU conducted a study some time ago that looked at these determinants of health and or determinants of success in people's lives. And it was just really astounding. I learned a great deal from it. But all these factors are so impactful on these individuals. And to see the impact of homelessness or joblessness, but no insurance, but access to health care, which is not part of this graph, but the health care, people many times will come in our jail and they get better health care than they do on the outside because it's accessible to them. It's immediately available to them. And hopefully we're able to get them, once they leave our facility, connected to better health care. And having that as part of one of these services that they would have access to immediately upon leaving. And in the long run, it's cheaper. I think, you can see the data there. It would save a lot of money to reduce recidivism, the millions of dollars that it would save. Next slide, Corey. Some things that we had, one of the studies that NAU did 2 years ago, and the substance abuse among people. And this, again, they came into our facility and surveyed people, but you can see pretty extensive use of illegal substances by our inmate population. How much of that then transcends over to some mental health needs or self-medicating for some of these mental health needs that come up. We've seen that really a number of times, and certainly unfortunate, but as I mentioned earlier, this is the trend. This is what we're seeing. And there are other ways and better ways, maybe than incarceration in the long run, to deal with these problems. Corey, next slide. Talking about the mental health again. It's so high. And years ago, when I worked in the jail, we didn't deal with mental health. And at least now what we're trying to do is to at least bring people in and stabilize. We don't, not being a mental health facility, we still have them here and a high population of them, but we try to stabilize to where they're able to get back out of jail and be able to help themselves as well and be productive again in their communities once they leave. Next slide, Corey. So here's the process is, and I have to really talk about our Kim Musselman and her folks from the health district. They've been phenomenal in working with us to help develop how this program would work. But people would be hired through this program and to conduct a screening on all inmates when they come into jail. And this would be part of that booking process. And at that point, the idea or treatment plan could be planned or developed at that point so that we know what kind of services people are lacking. So we know that when they get out, they will need A, B, or C, or maybe all the above. And then set up this linkage to where this warm handoff occurs. Once the inmate leaves our facility, they immediately walk into the Pathways to Community program and have access to all these available services. And again, there's no lag time, there's no delay in immediately accessing, getting information, talking to people who can help. And this may be court. This may be the opportunity for a deferred prosecution. If we have an agreement of judges and prosecutors, this may be that opportunity so that they don't have to come back into jail, that they're able to avail themselves of services and potentially avoid a sentence of being in jail or avoid a fine if the courts and the prosecutors and defense attorneys are able to agree on this. So again, that we're trying to create opportunities for these individuals when they leave jail to avail themselves of these various services. Next slide, Corey. The detention facility then coordinates that screening, and that would be generally health people that could come in, conduct the initial screening, and then a post-screening report. Again, as I mentioned a minute ago, if a judge believes that the defendant can benefit from a diversion program, that can be a possibility at this point. But the core team end up really linking that client with all those services that were listed earlier. And if it's housing, if it's veteran services, if it's mental health, they're all available at the same time and in the same place to establish the warm handoff that allows them to receive continued services. Next slide, Corey. This is the essentially a flow chart of a person when they are arrested, brought into jail, and how the chart would lead an individual through the process. And there are several paths that they could take once that person appears in court for their initial appearance. But they could be remanded, they could end up being released and going through and availing themselves of the pathway services. And you can see, I think that again, there's a couple of paths to get to those services, but everybody has that opportunity that leaves the jail. And that's what we felt was important is the numbers of people that we can reach, the numbers of people who are going to get out of jail. We book approximately 11,000 people a year into our jail. To be able to have almost all of them go through and avail themselves or provide the opportunity for those services is what Pathways is all about. Next slide, Corey. What Pathways, where it's located is the old pretrial services, which is adjacent to the jail. It's right here. It's right, again, no delay, no distance to travel. It's a really large facility that can house all those entities or social services quite effectively, and hope that at some point that we'll be able to make any modifications that may be necessary to make it even more functional. Next slide, Corey. Pathways hopes that we will increase those people that need it. I'll talk for a little bit about how this funding works. This is money that's coming from the McKenzie settlement opioid money. This occurred several years ago. The money went to the Arizona legislature, and the legislature was looking for ways to decrease recidivism in our local jails. So several counties were picked to do this, and we were contacted by the Joint Legislative Budget Committee to see if we would be interested, but not, we still would have to go through the application process. But they liked the ideas that we originally pitched and suggested that we present a proposal. So that's how this all came about. But we would look at a number of opportunities that we have with this funding and to identify all those services for reentry. But there's things to determine. The average length of stay in jail is important. Collaborating between the jail and the courts and the social services on whether or not these services are appropriate for some individuals. The number of incarcerated individuals that I mentioned earlier, such a high number with substance abuse problems, and hopefully being able to target them. And then ultimately, the goal of the program is to reduce recidivism. This program is administered through the Arizona Attorney General's office, and our grant to them, we've been told has met has met all the criteria that they're looking for, but they would still have to have discussions on it. So it is not a guarantee. However, they said that our program looked very, very promising, and I'm pretty confident that we would be successful with it. So I'm starting to lose my voice again. And at this point, I know Kim Musselm is on, and I can't tell you how helpful and supportive she and her staff at the Health District have been. Kim, if you would like to jump in and add anything, we would certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff and Chair Ryan, members of the board. What I will say is we're just really excited at Health and Human Services to be a part of this. We're busy readying things in terms of waiting for the timing of actually submitting the application and being awarded the funding. So we have been taking lots of efforts to be ready to spring into action when that money, and I will say when that money gets awarded, because I'm going to think very positively that it is for sure coming through. And we're just excited about the opportunity to really be a partner in this and utilizing a behavioral health model of how we are addressing our community's needs and those who are leaving incarceration and have been booked into jail. And we've had the opportunity, a couple of us went over to Albuquerque a couple weeks ago and got to see a similar reentry type program that they're operating, came back with lots of great ideas and ways in which to just even refurbish the setting, that space next to the jail. And truly, I've been using this term because we had heard it as well, but truly turning it into a gift shop type of place where when folks leave the jail, they come into a warm, welcoming environment where they have the opportunity to grab something to eat, to get a cup of coffee, to take advantage of engaging for services for whatever they might need. And I would just reiterate, Sheriff, I think probably the key piece to this as well is really about, this is voluntary. No one will be forced to participate in this program. And we recognize that it may take a few times coming through the door before someone is ready to receive even a small portion of the services. And really looking at this from a health model and addressing health disparities as we go forward, and working with all of our fantastic partners across the county who are going to be a piece of this. You know, like we said, this is early on. We're working to engage those that can be a part of this, both with substance abuse, mental health, traditional services, all of the things that we can do our best to really look holistically about how we're addressing the needs and hopefully really making a huge impact in recidivism going forward. So that's all I'll say right now, unless there's questions, but just to say that we're very excited at Health and Human Services. And quite frankly, so are the other groups. You know, I sit on and chair the Behavioral Health Subcommittee on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and there's just a lot of excitement around the potential of this program. So thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Right on. Any questions that any of you would have about the program? We'll certainly try to answer.
All right, here, I'll go ahead and roll through the board, and I have questions, but this time I'll roll through the board first. Okay. Oh, and we got Vice Chair back. All right, fantastic. All right, Supervisor Horseman, or Director Horseman.
Yes, we're still directors here. So, and thank you again, Chef Driscoll, and of course Kim Musselman for your comments as well. And I think this is an exciting program for Coconino County, and I want to congratulate the sheriff and his team for drafting a proposal, submitting it, and looking, fingers crossed, like we can get some of that opioid money here to help with this kind of reentry program for our inmates. That's wonderful. I mean, it's we aren't talking about taxing our community. We're talking about providing services here and transition services to our community. And I liked how Kim put it. It's basically this is a behavioral health model to meet the community needs that have been so important and so lacking here in terms of a reentry program for our inmates. And also it addresses disparities. It also addresses inequities. And so when you're talking about individuals who do not have transportation, don't have the family support, that don't have the job, that don't have the access to health care, we're really talking about the inequities that we face in our society. And this helps to bridge some of those inequities and giving these inmates, now soon released inmates, a second chance and an opportunity within our community. So I think it's great, excited to hear as this goes forward. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that this is in fact going to be funded, and I look forward to hearing more about this as we move forward. So again, congratulations, Sheriff, and your staff for getting this done, and let's make sure we get funded. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, District 2, Director Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just am impressed with the team of different partners that make up this program, and I'm really excited to see it happen. Like I said, when I went to the jail a couple weeks ago and toured, I got to see the building firsthand and see the spaces. I can't wait to see them with the actual service providers there waiting for those inmates that are leaving the jail. So that's really exciting. And I guess my only question would be, if there's the funding provided, what kind of timeline is there to provide these services to our community?
Supervisor Vasquez, I was told last week, I spoke with their office, the funding would be available as soon as late February. So we would be able to, I hope, be up and running at least at some level by this spring, maybe April or May, depending on being able to hire a number of folks. But the building right now is able to be moved into and functional, but obviously that we need to make some modifications. But I think we could be at some level of operation, probably April or May.
That's really exciting. Thank you.
All right, let's see, Vice Chair Fowler, Nina.
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Kim, and the whole team. It sounds really exciting. And how long is this grant going to be for? Is it going to be a continuous grant? What's the time frame?
Vice Chair Fowler, it is 3 years, 2 years, initially with a third year option is what they've given. And again, I think that we're in pretty good stead right now, I think, for receiving it. And down the road, they've mentioned that more monies may be available, additional monies. So the opportunity to grow it may be there in the future as well.
That's really exciting. Now, we keep talking about recidivism. How many people would you say, or percentage of the population keeps returning? And those are the, people that we're going to be trying to move out. So how many would we say percentage that are going to be taking advantage of this?
Vice Chair, let me ask, Matt Figueroa is here, and I'm
Hello,
getting some
Matt.
information.
Hello. It's a 30% recidivism rate for those that go through the Exodus program,
Okay.
not our general population.
Exodus has a 30% recidivism rate for those that go through the program. It's much higher for other people. So normally, nationally, around 60% recidivate. So again, if any impact that we can make on those numbers to bring them down through any program, we think is well worth the time and the money to do that.
Well, this
I don't
is
know if that
really-
answered.
It
I'm
does,
not
thank
sure that
you.
answered your question. Okay.
It does, thank you. And I think this is really timely, just with the programs that are going to be rolled out into the community. Much of the American Rescue Plan, as you know, is in the courts, and out with Kim's program also is going to be out in the communities. So with this within the jail system or the detention system, and just collaborating with all the other programs that are going to be out in the community, I think that's going to be really, really good. Just reinforcement if it needs to be once they leave the facility, being able to track them. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And actually, I'm excited about it, but some of the questions are, how much are we talking about, Sheriff, for this?
Initially, I was told for the 3 years there was up to about $3.5 million. If I'm not sure what it's going to end up being. We found out some additional information that there's going to be some other applicants, so they may split some of that money, but they still said that we look very, very favorable.
And is there a match associated with this?
No, there is no match.
Oh, wow, neat.
No match required.
Okay,
No.
fantastic. And then,
Mr. Chair, one thing I think to mention is, I think one of the real selling factors that we have is some of the other counties have to construct a facility near their jail. We already have a move-in ready one. And I think that kind of put us more toward the top of the list by having a facility that is literally ready to function today.
and so are we, with the facility though, are we bearing costs associated with that? And if I'm asking you questions, you already said, I apologize.
No, we don't see any. Well, if there's cost to the county, we think there'd be negligible at this point.
Okay, and through the jail district, if we keep it and have that potential, I know we have the potential of we have some funds that we have available to us.
That's correct, and there would be some contribution from jail district for an employee or two, mainly as navigators to help people navigate in the jail through the process, and then that warm handoff that we talked about.
Okay, and then I think I'm hearing it, but as we look at some of the other programs that we're doing in the county itself, an opportunity of cross-pollination, so to speak, of whether it's hopping into the mental health or as noted, some of these are using the opioid funds to target substance abuse intervention. Do you see that cross-pollination, discussions, coordination in that way?
Mr. Chairman, I think being early on in this process, they'd indicated start small and you'll end up growing your program. I agree with that. but I think we always have to be looking at the future. What does this need to look like 2 years or 5 years from now? And I would hope that as time goes on, that we're able to be successful, and there's ways and ways are developed to build on our programs, that we have additional opportunities to build. I think as long as we're successful and give it our all, I think we will see that. In talking with Regina Cobb about it, they're very excited about making a dent, and they were very happy when they saw our program. So I think that we're maybe going to be that first big dent that is made up here in our community.
All right.
And Sheriff, if I could, and Chair Ryan,
Sure.
just to kind of answer your question about in terms of the other programs that are happening across the county, and I'll speak specifically to health and human services. So for example, we have a health disparities grant. We've got several grants that we're running, simultaneously, that were funded in different ways. And so the intent is that this program, anybody coming through this program will also be able to access some of those other things that we have other funding for related to mental health, to addressing health disparities and other things. So yes, they will, from that perspective, they will absolutely tie together. And that's going to be a huge piece that we're working on at HHS in terms of how are we making sure that everything that's going on out there, because it's a lot and it's going to be a lot when we add pathways, how do we help make sure all of those things are being interconnected and truly wrapped around, so that a provider that maybe we're giving some funding to for something with health disparities, but is also a partner with us in mental health or other kinds of things, to making sure that everyone knows what each other has and how we're making those linkages to those services, whether you're coming through the Pathways program or you have, come the concept of no wrong door, whether you have come into something. So they're separate programs, but there's other services and funding out there that we're going to be able to help enhance what's happening with Pathways for those participants who are coming through to have access to get other needs met. So hopefully that kind of answers that. And with respect to the facility, what I'll say is we specifically wrote into that proposal, and we were working with the sheriff's office to write in money to do those renovations that we want to do, to make our gift shop, to make this a warm, welcoming place where, again, this is really going to be a night and day, people leaving jail to coming into something where hopefully they will be, it'll have a big like lounge dining waiting room kind of area where it's much more relaxed and conducive to people availing themselves of what they might need assistance with, or at least knowing that exists. So hopefully that answers that question. There is funding that was actually written into this proposal, that the money the sheriff speaks of, that we specifically calculated to contribute to doing those renovations for what we kind of envision for our gift shop.
All right. Yeah, it certainly does. I don't know if that triggered any other questions of the board members.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Vasquez.
So my question is, if I understood right, you said that this grant has 3 years worth of funding. What's the plan to fund these programmings after that 3-year funding runs out? Is it reapply for this funding? Is it going to the jail district? Is it general fund? What's the plan to fund this beyond the 3 years?
As I mentioned earlier, meeting with Representative Regina Cobb, she said that additional monies they hope to have available in the future. I hate to put all of our future in a hope, but she seemed pretty confident that our state legislature is committed to reducing recidivism, and they want to continue to use this money. She'd indicated that they may have as much as $11 million available next year, next budget year. So I'm kind of hoping at this point, but I think our future will be determined by our success. If we're successful, much as have Yavapai County with their Reach In program, and they've been funded for 4 years now. if we're successful, I think we will see continued funding from the state legislature.
Great, thank you.
All right.
If I can add one other thing, if I could, Mr. Chair,
Please.
something I should have mentioned earlier. One of the requirements of JLBC on the sheriff is to provide information, and we would be sharing our assessments, the information in the assessments, with the ACJC, the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission. They are going to be maintaining a database of these individuals so that when you have an individual that has gone and obtained services in Coconino County and moves to Navajo County or down to Yuma County, they'll have access to that person's needs and understand what this person's needs are as with the transient population. So it's keeping that information and sharing it with those criminal justice agencies that need it, which again is to benefit all, so that they're not starting over again as people leave different communities and move to others. So that we saw that as the most significant requirement of the reporting requirement is for that data.
All right. And looks like Director Horstman, please.
Just a quick comment. I mean, this is the kind of program that we as the board were really looking for, and not looking for per se, but we're really talking about when we were talking about the need for collaboration and communication and coordination for behavioral health, mental health program within the county, with all these subparts, like criminal justice, or whether it be county attorney's office. And that's why it's so exciting to, for example, to have a new division within HHS. I think this is exactly one of the reasons to have this new division for mental and behavioral health within HHS, so that we have somebody that is there and able to make sure that we are collaborating and, not duplicating efforts, but collaborating and communicating what is out there for our community needs. So, and I know Kim has had a big part to play in that. So thank you.
All right. And then check in. I see you float in and out. It looks like you're having technology challenges there. Do you have anything else on this one, Lena?
No, I'm just really excited. Thank you for putting this together and just being creative, and already that partnerships are already there, and just takes it a little bit more, just really brings them into the detention center, which they've been, I think, going in and out, but this really centralizes it. And then partnering with the outside community and all those programs that are being rolled out. So I'm just really happy that this is a possibility, and I'm sure that we'll be able to secure it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Kim.
Okay. Any other follow-up, Sheriff, on this at this point?
No, we just thank you for your time and consideration, and we'll all keep our fingers crossed. But once again, I think we're pretty optimistic.
Yeah, I think you're seeing an excited board on what you're proposing to us. So now we've had technology challenges as well. So I know we left item 4. We did lose Vice Chair Fowler. I want to bring 4 back just for a moment here. And so, Lena, we lost you when we were getting presentations on the proposal for the jail. And we were asking for your comment, and you disappeared. So provide you the opportunity here with that.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm very familiar with the jail district sales tax, and was on the committee when it was established, and been part of the process since then. And so I'm I know that it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of community education. And just, I think it's going to take all of us to be able to explain the reason for the sales tax, and that it's got to be very clear with a lot of misinformation that is so in front of us every day. I think that, we have a great team. I know they're going to put a good education together, but it's going to take all of us to be able to properly prepare our community and through this education process to be able to get it, to have them understand what they're voting for. And it is really important that, and I know you talked about it. I know it's going to come back. This is just the beginning. So I know that we'll be learning more about how it's going to be rolled out. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
And thank you, Sheriff.
All right, thank you. All right, so, we try and, sequentially roll through these, but we're dealing with technology. So sometimes it makes sense that we just come back, provide that opportunity. Thank you, Lena. And it's just what you said. Definitely, Sheriff will be bringing that back to us. With that, we've gone through item 4 and 5 with the jail district. Looks like we're done those as far as discussion associated with those. I'll go ahead and ask that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors. So I need a vote to do so, motion to do so. Looks like Director Horstman.
I move that we resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I need a second to do so. It looks like that was from Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All right, so what that does is we're now acting in the capacity of the Board of Supervisors rather than the jail district. And I don't know what you guys got done. Hopefully you got other things done. I apologize because I was off with the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Vilsack. But did we get any other business done? Where are we on the agenda on this?
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, Steve.
The board, the board tabled items 2 and 3 to a future date. And so that is the boards and commissions. Of course, having all the board here present would make for a more productive conversation on boards and commissions since each of you occupy those seats. And then the other item tabled are the road district policy changes. And so we'll be at agenda review this week. We'll be looking at a new date for both of those items.
Okay. And we did accomplish item number 1.
Yes, that's been taken care of.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, good. All right. So it sounds like we've gone all the way through the agenda today. And so thank you for carrying on. Good job, Lena. Sorry you had to put up with my mess up of the schedule, but we needed Lucinda as well, so
right.
She was going to present on these items, so which was very important. With that, then it looks like we're done for today. So without any other pieces of information that we need at this point, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting and thank everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Night all.
thank you.
Everyone. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.